All right. Took me a little bit longer this morning, but we are live. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Here we are. How's everybody today? Back in my UMBC jacket. Oh man, it took a little while. Got my coffee. My coffee and my Paralegal Institute mug. And we are ready for the day. Give me a sound check, somebody. Give me a sound check. Make sure you can hear me well. Where are my people at? All right. Make sure we got my audio. All right. Got my audio. Got my video. All right. All right. Standing Limitless. Good morning, Hayden. Morning, Marie. Kayvon. Getting some of my usual suspects in here this morning. It's good to see you. Good to hear from you. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, morning, L. Fallon. Grand Rising. Hot boy. I'm Unk now. Somehow I became Unk. Y'all know what? I'm actually not even an uncle. I have one brother, and my man has 0 children. So technically, I'm not an Unk. Would I like to be an Unk? That would be nice. But I have not been able to become an uncle. My bro is childless, y'all. And I have 2 kids, and I have, believe it or not, I have a third one who I believe is trying to make his or her way into the world as we speak. Y'all might be surprised to hear that. There's a third one who's trying to come onto this planet right now. All right. Lisa Golden, good morning. Scotty H, what's the odds of winning an appeal if there happens to be a conviction? What are the odds of winning an appeal? That's a good question. I would say that the odds of getting an appeal are very high. I don't think anybody knows what the odds are of winning an appeal, but I would say that the odds of getting an appeal are probably, can't guarantee anything in life, but there have been so many issues with this trial that the odds are very high. Plus, you have to wonder if an appeal is won, what would happen, right? Like, would the appellate court send it back to try over again, or, with the new fact? I doubt that, considering the monstrosity that's been this case. But, what would the appellate, if you did win the appeal, what would be the resolution or the decision? So that's another question. Not sure. Felicia Benson, Thankful Thursday. Hot Boy, I'm an old head now, y'all. I'm old, according to Hot Boy. Sound like my kids. Hot Boy, how old are you? How old are you? Just out of curiosity. You sound like my kids. I have a 10 and 11-year-old. Marty, is my wife in labor because I have a baby? No, my wife has a baby in the oven, has a bun in the oven. I just say trying to, because, you got to get out of there. You got to get out of there into all of this. So you have to make the transition. But yeah. Oh, 23. Yeah. Okay. I remember being 23. Yeah. Those were the good old days. Yeah. So I think the theme of the week is DA Love seems to have a diminished role. Is that strategic decision? Is that the way things were always planned out? They put Mr. Brown, Seth Brown? They put Mr. Seth forward yesterday, and he had a really tough time with the attorney yesterday. Mr. Brown had a really tough time when he was basically scolded by Judge Whitaker yesterday. Standing Limitless says that was funny. Yeah, I mean, it was funny to us probably, but you know, and what's so fun now, I will tell you what I found funny. Doug Weinstein looks like he tried not to laugh. That was something I found funny. Doug Weinstein looked like he tried not to laugh. I actually put that in a YouTube short that I made about that yesterday. Weinstein looked like he was trying not to laugh at that. But Jamie says this case is a train wreck and I'm here for it. That's the understatement of the year. This is a train wreck and we're all here for it. So I think from my perspective, it looks like DA Love has a diminished role. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? It looks like to me DA Love has a diminished role in the trial right now. It does not look to me like DA Love is on the same level as she was previously. Let's see here. Marie, she should have been disbarred months ago. Things run much smoother when Miss Love isn't present. So as a commentator, y'all, you'll see some sensational headlines or some sensational takes on my part, but one thing I try personally not to do is say things about, people's careers, things like that. But I mean, disbarred. Plus, y'all have to understand, being disbarred is very serious. Like, look what happened to Melnick. Melnick had some scenarios where, I forget the exact details, but Melnick was not disbarred. Melnick was suspended for 6 months. Melnick was suspended for 6 months, and that is a very severe, in and of itself, that's a very severe penalty. Melnick has clients right now who I think I heard somebody say, and don't quote me, I don't know for sure that this is true, but I distinctly remember somebody saying that they had spoken to somebody. So this is hearsay of hearsay. This is nested hearsay. But that they had spoken to somebody who had just given Melnick a huge retainer, like $10,000, whatever it was, $5,000, $20,000. I don't remember the exact amount. Think about that. You retain a lawyer, you give them, XYZ number of dollars to help you, and 2-3 days later, a week later, that person gets disbarred. Not disbarred, suspended. That person gets suspended, and now you're like, okay, well, what about my money? What about my money? And you can't help me. And they're like, well, I'll help you when I get back. I'll help you in 6 months. And you're like, well, my matter is now. I understand he was suspended for 6 months over owing something. Yeah, it was something. I read it at the time. I just don't remember all of the details, but it was some kind of monetary thing. I think it was like $3,500. I think it was like $3,500 was the amount in controversy. But trust me, whatever it was, you're gonna lose way more than that, most likely, with a 6-month suspension. You have to imagine Melnick's probably doing. I mean, I imagine if he's not doing 6 figures a year, I'd be surprised. So even if we take it at $100,000 a year working, you're talking about $50,000 minimum. Lisa Golden, seems like ever since that last email stunt, she got booted. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. But that was Fonny though. That was Fonny who sent the email to the judge. That was not love. That was funny. So remember, and in my video, I had this a little bit mixed up. Remember, the email was sent by somebody.
Substantive-ish type thing.
Right,
Do you mind
it's-
redacting that out?
Okay.
No, Your Honor, and I actually was gonna try to speak to Mr. Sharp before
Okay.
we started court, but I wasn't able to yet, to let him know that there won't be any issues with that.
Thank
All
you.
right.
You're welcome.
I
Great.
appreciate that.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Steele, do you have that? I'm getting it.
By, I believe, Ms. Westmoreland, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Westmoreland.
Almost there, Your Honor.
No problem.
Can you try rebooting the router? Sure. Thank you.
Your Honor, while we wait, I may briefly consult with Mr. Sharp on the time act.
Okay.
Check your email and make sure that's the most recent order. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Oh, yes.
What place? Which one?
Morning, Papa Bear. When you say wasn't he messing with the CO, who are you referring to? Are you talking about Melnick, or because we were talking about Melnick earlier? Yeah, we live now, Destiny. We live. There's no audio on the court right now, so we have to wait for them to bring the audio back. Grand Rising, sir. I almost feel like now saying good morning like it's something wrong with it. Oh, okay, yeah. Marquavius Huey. He got in trouble recently.
Your Honor, I sent over the order to Ms. Percival. I'm about to forward it to everyone, but I just wanted to get it to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr. Huey, he's over here in the background with the Mr. Carrington Matthews is his attorney. His family members had gotten in trouble recently for trying to help him get some kind of contraband in jail, I think. So that was a story. When is Ashley Merchant's open record hearing again going to continue? I don't know. I think isn't Mr. Wade coming up next? I think Mr. Wade is set to come up next. If I'm not mistaken, that's going to be this week. And by the way, tomorrow, Tonk, y'all. Tomorrow's Tonk's hearing, the 18th. I think it's at 4 o'clock. I don't know if it'll be streamed or not. Tomorrow's Tonk's hearing, y'all. I do not know if it's going to be streamed or not. And if you're wondering, what do I mean by Tonk's hearing? Tomorrow, Tonk is going to have a probation revocation hearing, specifically because of what we saw happen when he testified here. So we literally, if you were watching this trial a month ago or a month and a half ago.
It's going to take me a minute to read it all.
Okay. So if you were watching this trial a month or a month and a half ago, you have been able to see in real time a person who received probation in lieu of incarceration due to cooperation. So we have three Asians there. He received probation in lieu of incarceration with the stipulation of cooperation. We squeezed 4 Asians in there, y'all. And we saw Monton come onto the stand, and say, hey, I don't agree with this, and this. Particularly number 8, which was of his factual acknowledgments, was about the offing of Donovan Thomas. Okay, we saw Monton say, I don't agree with that. We saw his lawyer get called to the stand, and there was a lot of back and forth about this. We saw all of this happen. And now, as a direct result of that, the DA's office wants to put Monton in jail, y'all. The DA's office tomorrow. So Monton is a free man right now. Monton is a free man right now. As of tomorrow, I don't know if this hearing he could be locked up right away, or if this is just a preliminary hearing. I'm not exactly sure, but as of tomorrow, his freedom will be directly in jeopardy in court, and Judge Whitaker is going to be hearing it. This lady here with the black and white coat, she's a public defender. Her name is Miss Angela DeWilliams. She represents Lil Rod. And the story about her is, the main story is that she was severely underpaid. I mean, this is the main public story. I'm sure there's much more to her career and her life to discuss, but she was severely underpaid. And when I say severely, y'all want to know what severely underpaid is? Imagine you're a lawyer, you've gone to law school, you've passed the bar, you've gone through, you've studied for countless hours, you've paid anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000 to go to law school. And at the end of the day, when you take on probably one of the biggest cases of your career, one of the biggest cases in United States history, biggest as in longest, biggest as in evidence, biggest as in prominence, they tell you, oh yeah, we'll give you $7,500 to represent that person. Not $7,500 per month, not $7,500 per year.
Part of this ruling.
I think if you look at the bottom of page 12.
Okay.
Court's opinion on, I think it's where there's some discussion how it goes into.
All right. Thanks.
Your Honor, last paragraph of page 12, maybe about 3 lines before the end
All right.
of the page, going on to page 13, and then I'm looking for more
Okay. I
conditional.
was looking down at the rulings part.
So not $7,500 per month, even per year. They offered her $7,500 for the entire trial. She negotiated that up to $15,000 for the trial, meaning for however long this trial lasts. Then I think the last word is she's able to get $5,000 a month with a max of $55,000 for the trial. So she's still looking at getting a total compensation of $55,000, no matter how long this trial lasts.
Y'all could have maybe given me a heads up yesterday. I could have read this last night. Since we knew we would have Dennis on the stand this morning.
Yes, I believe Lil Rod is already sentenced to something like life or something like that for murder. To be honest with you, I'm not the best person to tell you why Rod is included in this trial, but my understanding is including him in this trial helps the prosecution with the Rico charge. Jamie, is Tonk going to get a revocation? I think Tonk has a strong case. He has a strong case, in my opinion, for blaming his counsel. I don't know what, even if Judge Whitaker were to accept that defense, I don't know what that would mean for Tonk. Y'all, you know what, y'all? I think we're gonna learn a lot tomorrow with what happens to Tonk. You know what? I didn't even think about this, y'all. We're gonna learn a lot tomorrow with what happens to Tonk. Because if Whitaker sentences Tonk to 30 years, that's gonna look bad for this entire trial. If Whitaker gives, first of all, I'm not 10 million% sure that that's even on the table for tomorrow. Is this like a first hearing of several, or is tomorrow like the make or break day? I don't know. But I still think the way Whitaker handles it will tell us something about this trial. Yeah, Tonk's life is his life is on the line. I mean, if he gets 30 years, he's already in his 40s, I believe. I'm talking about either never coming out or coming out of old soldiers. I'm not sure in state prison, Georgia State Prison, maybe you wouldn't have to do the full 30 though. I did see Big Meech was released yesterday. I saw reports of that. I don't know the veracity of those reports. Papa Bear. Tonk was arrested and charged in this RICO. Tonk was arrested and charged in this RICO. He had charges. As a result of not having, or in exchange for not having to do prison time, he accepted a plea deal where he would get probation. Tonk accepted a plea deal where he would get probation if he did 2 or 3 things. One, there is a list of factual acknowledgments that he had to stipulate to, that he had to agree to, that he had to sign off and say, I agree to these things. These factual acknowledgments basically just means these are things that happen in the real world, and I'm agreeing to say that these things happen. This was to help the prosecution further their case against the rest of the defendants. Kind of like what Gunna did, basically. You know, Gunna stipulated to certain things and he was able to get off. Well, Tonk stipulated to certain things and he was able to just get probation. But part of that was not just agreeing to these factual acknowledgments that day, which was in December 2000.
That is that if there's a foundation objection or a 403 objection, I'll rule on it at that point in time when the objection's made.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does the state want to be heard about it beyond that? Okay. All right, are we ready to get the jury in? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to go ahead and have, I guess it's just Mr. Dennis at this point, former investigator Dennis? Okay. Retired Detective Dennis, okay. Anyway, let's get the jury in. Morning. Did we swear you yesterday? I don't know if we ever got that far.
I was sworn in the other.
And that was about it. Oh, okay. All right. Right. I'll just remind you, you're still under oath then. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. And Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you?
Good morning.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
Okay. In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hill.
The witness mic,
The witness
Oh,
mic.
you just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh, Ms. Hill.
I don't know. I had to hit the button.
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night. And usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams's driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015, I believe.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor, but we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What was some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, death to snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what they...
Yep.
Overruled.
Best evidence rule.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence. Do you have?
I do.
All right.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 546Y. It's 546Y, one of those such posts that came from that death to snake N-words page.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter, sir, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But
the death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I object.
Your Honor, may we approach? I think it might be a longer.
Stand by.
Y'all want to know something that's strange, y'all? We have to be very sensitive when we talk about who did what because we weren't there. But do y'all have the feeling that somebody else who's not on trial might have committed this crime? Do y'all have the feeling that somebody else who's not on trial may have committed this crime? And oh yeah, by the way, to my channel members, everybody, welcome. If you want to get a channel membership, we got the proof emoji. We got the proof emoji. We got our 403 emojis that we make happen. We got the no love. This is the no love emoji. That no love emoji is hitting right now because we don't have love right now. By the way, everybody, please do hit the like button. We got the like emoji. Come on, hit that like button for us this morning. But do y'all get the sense that somebody who is not on trial may be the person who, or may have been involved in this? Remember, they arrested Tonk for Donovan Thomas. They arrested Tonk. They arrested Tonk for Donovan Thomas. They arrested Woody for Donovan Thomas. We've seen both of these guys in court, and both of them are free as of today, though we'll see what happens with Tonk tomorrow. We will see what happens with Tonk tomorrow. Breezy says they always say they aren't offering hearsay for the truth of the matter asserted. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I really think sometimes these lawyers don't know what they're talking about. And I'm not saying that as a slight to them. This is very difficult. This is complicated. Some of these points are very nuanced. And so they may know what they're talking about, but they don't know what they're talking about. So it's just like a doctor. You know, I've heard that some large percentage of second opinions by doctors they contradict the original opinion. Something like over 30 or 40% of second opinions contradict the original opinion. So we maybe shouldn't expect very much difference in this field, in the legal field. You know, you have lawyers who think this thing, they think that this is the way it is, and a different lawyer or the judge just disagrees. Right? So let me give y'all an example of the truth of the matter asserted. So let's take this as an example. What if you have a social media post that says Tay Tay did it, right? You have a social media post that says Tay Tay did it. You want to show this social media post just for the purpose of showing what time the post was posted, but you're not showing it in order to show that it says Tay Tay did it, and you're definitely not showing it in order to use that as evidence that somebody said Tay Tay did it. You just want to show that this post was made, and it was made at 6:50 p.m. So you say, Your Honor, I just want to show this post, not because the post said Tay Tay did it, not because if it does say Tay Tay did it, that means Tay Tay did it. I just want to show it so I can show that this post was made at 6:50 p.m. So that's not for the truth of the matter asserted. You're not showing the post because Tay Tay did it in and of itself has any truth to it. You're just showing it because the timestamp of 6:50 on the post has some kind of relevance to your case. So you would say, no, Your Honor, I'm not showing the post to show that someone said Tay Tay did it. I'm not even showing the post because when someone says Tay Tay did it, that means Tay Tay did it. I'm just showing the post because it came in at 650, and that's important for a particular reason. So you just want to show it to show the 650 timestamp. Now, so you would say, I'm not showing this post for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm showing this post just to get this timestamp in, and this timestamp is important for whatever reason. Now, as you can see, the problem with that could be the jury is looking at a post that says Tay-Tay did it. So if Tay-Tay's on the stand, if Tay-Tay's a defendant, or if Tay-Tay is some kind of way involved in this trial, or even not involved in this trial, but this could be evidence in the eyes of the jury that Tay-Tay might have done it. Y'all following me? So then you would say, well, if we show this to the jury just to show them the 650 timestamp, it sounds like a Trap Lord Ross documentary. If we show this to the jury just to get this 650 timestamp in, they're still going to be looking at something that said Tay-Tay did it. So now we have this dilemma where the jury is looking at a Tay-Tay did it posting, but we're really supposedly just trying to get them to see a 650 timestamp. So the reason Love got in big trouble last week, I believe it was last week, is because she said, no, I just want to show this posting because of these extra factors. It would be using this Tay-Tay did it situation. It would be like, no, I just want to show this 650 timestamp. I'm not going to go into the whole Tay-Tay did it thing. So the judge is like, okay, cool. And then when Love gets up there, she's like, now, what does this post say? And it's like, now you're getting into the truth of the matter asserted. If you just ask what time was this post made, 650, okay, fine. Well, what does the post say? Now you're going into the truth of the matter asserted. That's why Love got in trouble last week. So hopefully y'all get this with the truth of the matter asserted, like with these social media posts. Are you showing the post? If you show the post, say, look, it's 50, that's fine. So hopefully that helps y'all a little bit. With that in mind, let's continue to listen to see what comes out of it.
Okay, and that's 546Y.
Yes.
All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Detective Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes.
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody.
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
Y'all, there's just no sound in the court right now. I don't know what happened. So FYI, that's not us. That's the court. The sound went off. Okay, there we go.
Now, as a part of your investigation, of course, indulgence for a moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
That could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause,
Okay.
unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was knifed back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
What about Jamal Baines?
Yes.
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
Yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with If Gang.
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
If Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26, 2015?
Several.
Okay. Were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015.
Yes.
And then on that same day was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015.
Yes.
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
Yes.
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay?
Okay.
15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero. Basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our 911 dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came in.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes.
Then 2672?
Yes.
And then 2801?
Correct.
And would 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other?
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity. It's the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
Her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior
Inconsistent
statement. Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes.
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
Yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Tonk, and Quindarius Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen. Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Okay. Then as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015? The shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
Right. And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
Right. I believe you.
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Dalviante Fleetwood. Is that 4? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled.
To your knowledge, do you know if any other YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Stilwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim in that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Correct. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35 Oak, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
What do y'all think is the reason that Sharp wants to approach? It's not totally clear to me why Sharp wants to approach. Lil Woody. Is it Woody or Woody? That hearsay, they say, can get someone swayed. Okay. Andre, I still don't understand why the judge allows them to get away with so many things or so much things. Y'all, Judge Whitaker, I think, is trying to get this case to a jury verdict, y'all. I mean, that's it. Judge Whitaker is trying to get this case, in my opinion, to a jury verdict. So I definitely think Judge Whitaker is trying. She's very impressive to me, very intelligent, very astute. She's only seemed to zone out a few times, you know. Anybody would zone out every once in a while, but Whitaker is with it. But at the end of the day, she just wants this. She wants to guide this thing to a jury verdict. And other than that, I don't question Whitaker, her motivations, besides the fact that I think she is unlikely to grant a mistrial due to what appears to be a decision on her part that this will go to a jury verdict. And, you know, and that's probably best, honestly, for everybody. There have been shenanigans on the prosecution's part. There have been one or two times where it seems like she could call a mistrial. You know, but a mistrial with prejudice, probably not. So it looks happy. No love makes the people happy.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
And investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you, without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive, or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Kelvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stick by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
Now, the Lil Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Right. 2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28th, 2015?
The 1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Okay. Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demiki and Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demikion Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Right. Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
The number to keep in your head. Here's a pad.
Excuse my.
Oh, that 8 was.
Okay, so with 15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes.
So this would have been first, second, third, and fourth.
Correct.
Of course, those for one. We're gonna come back to that chart in 1 second. When you met with Quindarius Daiquiri, was he able to identify people that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
Yes.
Permission to approach your pickup?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542 Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all those things.
While he's looking, can we approach this?
Yes.
Yo, what happened right there? This still request to approach? Is that what happened? I heard something, but I didn't quite hear what the person said. Was that a request to approach from Steele, y'all? Let's get our Steele emoji going. Somebody fill me in. Max, okay. Well, let's get our shard. Y'all know we have 2 shard emojis. We have 2 shard emojis. Well, where's Miss Lily? Miss Lily yesterday was telling me we need some more emojis. If y'all want to help us get some more emojis, you can become a member. Believe it or not, YouTube limits the number of emojis we can make based on our number of members. I think right now we need like It's funny because YouTube, they won't let you just make unlimited emojis. We need to make more emojis. We need, let me see. We need 22 more members to make more emojis.
And let me ask a more specific question. As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary say was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendrick, aka Yak, Demise McMullen, aka Nard, Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, aka SB.
And it's 542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB, the images that you showed him to confirm those individuals?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542YA, YA, YB, YD, and YF.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at 542YA, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks.
Okay. 542YB,
Demise McMullen,
542YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson,
542YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-Wop.
Thank you. Now, during during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now showing you 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI into evidence.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Wood.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, look at 542YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now,
Y'all, by the way, the sounding cord is off. I don't know. It's not us. Their sound feed has been cut or something. It's been doing that this morning.
Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
Looks like when they go to these exhibits, the sound gets cut. Y'all notice that?
Or Club Crucial.
Now I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK. Admitted as 2LL. Oh, sorry, 1LL.
All right, y'all, don't get alarmed. Whenever we see these photos, it looks like we're not going to hear the sound. So something that's happening in court.
And let me ask you, was 903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
It was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What, if any, significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either 3 or 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes.
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's where Demikian got beat up?
Yes.
And did you say earlier jumped on by if gang members?
Yes,
And was D'Amica a YSL member?
yes,
And so after D'Amica gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
yes,
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an if gang member?
yes,
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the land drone?
yes,
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
yes,
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 drill.
yes,
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
if gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes,
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
yes,
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
yes,
Were you only targeting YSL?
no.
Were you only targeting if gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes,
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
Okay. And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes,
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
yes,
Have you had the opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
yes.
Yeah, may we approach?
There's a lot of approaching happening today, huh? Lot of approaching happening today. Y'all think they're gonna play the video? Y'all think they're gonna play the video? I think that's Martinez Arnold, which is Ashley Merchant's client, who everybody was expecting to testify. Well, not everybody, but who reportedly was going to testify yesterday. Turns out he did not testify, and as you might remember from yesterday afternoon, the state apparently doesn't even have a day for him to testify. KB, good morning. You're a little late, but don't worry about it. We'll fill you in. Nothing has happened. We have Detective Dennis on the stand. They've approached, what is it? They've been going for about an hour and change. They've approached at least 3 times already. Dennis has not really. If you're in a jury, aren't you thinking, like, how many times do I have to hear the same Club Crucial fight? How many times do I have to hear the same, such and such went and did a. I mean, it's like the same thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video and the fight or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred
at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
Got me perked up. Okay. I know what the thumbnail is going to be for this video.
Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You're in this time to say like the tender and admit and publish statement with 543Y.
All right. I'm sorry, 543Y. That's admitted. You may.
Can you imagine being a stripper just trying to make some money, and now whatever you were doing that day is about to be seen across the world by everybody on tape? That's wild. Yo, I'm gonna have fun with this thumbnail. Jeez Louise, I hope they show this. If they don't show it, y'all, I'm gonna cut to Miss Sylvia's stream. I think Miss Sylvia's on TikTok. Let me get it lined up just in case. Okay, they're gonna show it.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on in the video.
In this first video, you're going to see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it. Yes.
43Y Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
Yeah, they snuck him, yo, right in the face. That's tough.
Shall be the same. That's a different angle. This is going to fight. It's going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay. One minute and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court's indulgence.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes, and in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break. I just want to adjust it to be specific to this. So y'all can go ahead and we'll take our recess as well.
Y'all bear with me. I'm about to clip this up and get it on. Try to clip this up and get it on Twitter real quick. Try to clip up the strip club fight and get it on Twitter. See if we can make it happen. That was wild, huh? Strip club. I'm about to clip it up. Who was that was involved in that, y'all? That was Diamante, Kendrick, and who else? So that was Yak Gotti. That was Yak Gotti, and who else, y'all? Help me, Duke. So who was that was getting attacked there? That was Shell Kell that got attacked? Y'all give me a sec. My wife just came in. Give me a second, dude. Sorry about that, y'all. Trying to get this. Okay, got it. Hey, y'all, do y'all follow us on? Hey, everybody, if y'all could give us a follow on X, that would be excellent. Much appreciated. That would be excellent. Follow us on X. I'm about to put it. Matter of fact, I'm about to put our X here in the chat. Y'all use X? If you have a wife or GC, you need to keep this shaggy so close by. You're gonna watch some strippers doing a Rico thing. Look, I'm gonna tell you what, real quick. Honestly, this is my job. My job is to watch strip club fight videos. My job. Hold up, hold up, little Rudy. First of all, thank you, Republic Room, for becoming a member. Oh, you've been a member for 1 month. Oh, shoot. Republic Room, you riding with us. I appreciate it. Once we blow, when we blow up, you're going to be able to say Republic Room was with us from the beginning. Lil Woody says that I need to, I'm trying to find that here. I don't see it. Lil Woody says I need to get that, take it off of my my screen. Listen, I'm telling my wife, look, I'm working, okay? And my work just so happens to involve not only reviewing the video, but I need to go to the scene of the video so that I can inspect every corner, every nook, and every cranny of that establishment so that I can know exactly what happened, and it's for work. It is my job. Now, if you want me to do a good job, baby, honey, sugar, you need to let me go to Atlanta right away. And I need to go to where this all happened, and I need to become intimately familiar. I mean, to the nth degree. I need to become an expert on every place that's presented in this trial. And I'm going to start. And I'm going to start with this strip club because to me, this is where everything happened. I'm just joking, y'all. Y'all know I'm joking. Y'all know I'm joking. KB says she followed me on X. Thank you. Let me put the X in. Y'all, yesterday when I loaded my X, I'm gonna try loading my X. This is a good time, actually. Yesterday when I loaded up my X account, things went wrong. Yesterday when I loaded up X, everything went wrong. Oh, I'm in X right now. All right, let me put the X profile. So y'all check it out. This is X. Paralegal Institute X. I'm about to put this in the chat. If you use X, please do follow us. Our following on X is very small right now. I'm trying to get it up. Trying to get our X following up. Was able to load this strip club fight.
43Y.
Yo, they was hitting cuz with the chairs. Like no joke. They was hitting cuz with it. He was trying to get away. Hit him with the chair. Pow. Hit cuz with the chair. But you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't look like he got hurt that bad. Doesn't look like he got hurt that bad, honestly. I mean, you never know, but he looks like he's okay from that. Yeah, he got a little bit of damage, but nothing too much. Y'all follow us on X, please. I'm gonna post it one more time. Hey, I'm gonna just tell her, look, baby, this trial is wild, and it just so happens that a strip club was involved. It's not my fault. It wasn't my decision to get the strip club involved in the trial. I didn't make that decision. That was the people. The people decided that they wanted this trial to involve a strip club. All right. I do a lot of commenting on X with you. Thank you, Miss Lily. I appreciate that for sure. I definitely do appreciate it. So, all right. All right, we're good to go, y'all. Yeah, Andre, I need some firsthand. I need to go visit the scene of everything. You know? I need to go visit the scene of the kerfuffle. See, this is how you say it to your wife, y'all. If you married and you need to travel to a strip club to visit the scene of a brawl, you say, baby, listen, there was a kerfuffle. There was a kerfuffle about 10 years ago at a seedy joint down in Atlanta. And it is of the utmost importance that I diligently investigate not only the circumstances surrounding the kerfuffle, but also the location in which the kerfuffle occurred. Therefore, I'm going to take 2 to 3 weeks away from the family. I'm sure you'll hold it down because you are a super mom and a super wife. I'm going to need 3 to 4 weeks, And after 5 to 6 weeks, I will be back and I will have a thorough understanding in 7 to 8 weeks, just not only how the kerfuffle happened, but of all the circumstances surrounding the entire. Where was this? This is Magic City, the entire Magic City operating procedure. So I'll be back in 10 to 11 weeks. We witness it. Nah, y'all, I'm just joking. Just joking. There's a pretty y'all, can y'all believe it? The good thing for the dancers, like, you couldn't really make anybody out, but I'm sure, I guess I can't be sure, but I imagine whoever that dancer was, I imagine she's like, oh, that's me. There I am. You know? Kerfuffle. Hey, look at Detective Dennis. Detective Dennis, I'm sure he had to go do some investigating. I'm sure Detective Dennis is like, y'all, let's be honest. Detective Dennis is a lot more likable than Detective Gaither. I mean, we've got kind of like a classic good cop, bad cop situation. I think they're naturally a good cop, bad cop type of situation, right? Because Detective Gaither just kind of has that edge. Seems like she has like a natural kind of edge. And Detective Dennis is more like kind of an easygoing type. You know? Nah, Andre. Nah. Let me see. I'm gonna put you on timeout if you don't replace Sharp with I object. Well, listen, it's the first time you're telling me that now. So you're saying you want me to replace that Sharp with an I object emoji? We can make that here live right now, y'all. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to Canva. Let me pull it up. We go to Canva. Get rid of Doug because we already had Doug from yesterday. Court's back.
So the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same. And then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want? Your Honor. Yes.
We just want to renew our objection on the admissibility. Thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is clear on all that.
And for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will
remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me
ready.
sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
All right, Miss Lily, this is for you. So far, this is the best that I can do on our objection. We're getting an objection emoji right here, right now. Let's get rid of Max Sharp. We got to get rid of Sharp because Miss Lily says that it's time for the duplicate Sharp to go. All right, here we go. Duplicate Sharp is out. And we're going to replace that with objection. It's kind of small, though. Maybe I should just put object. It's kind of small. Let me try it out. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be kind of small. Let me see here. That's too small, right? Miss Lily is too small. I might just have to put the word object, not objection. Because to make it fit, I'm going to just put object. And then I can make it bigger. Let me make it. I'm going to make it bigger. All right, let's try that. We don't have sound, by the way. That's not me. Our sound is all the way up. That's the sound in the court that's not on. The sound in the court is not on. All right, so y'all don't get mad at me. I'm looking at another feed from another channel that I have beside me, and people in the chat are complaining that the sound is off too. All right, that's the best we're going to do for now with object, y'all. So the sound is off in Law and Crime feed, and the sound is off on the other feeds as well. So don't get mad at me. All right, so they have the sound off right now. Miss Lily, you have your object. I might be able to make it a little bit more. Let me try some different fonts. Oh, this one might work better. Try some different fonts. By the way, anybody watching, the sound is up on our stream. It is the court's sound that is off. Okay? No sound on Law and Crime, no sound on any of the feeds right now. So it is not us. It is not us. It is the court feed that does not have sound for some reason. So the court, they are sharing one feed. So basically, the sound from one will populate to the others, typically speaking. You can double check on another channel if you like. It's not gonna matter. There's no sound. There we go. All right, while we wait for him to look at some papers, we have our final object button. That's about as good as it's going to get for the time being. That's for Miss Lily, who's our emoji monitor. Yeah, the sound is back. We are watching paint dry at the moment. Yeah, we're watching paint dry at the moment, y'all. But he's just doing what they asked him to do, so it's not his fault. This is not Dennis's fault.
Ms. Hilton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them, how about next time you just hand the January flyers to the witness?
But I think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes? Yes, sir. How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th?
Nope.
15th?
Nope.
16th?
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or a performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL. And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is that one L on the screen?
And I'm going to show you 2LL. Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's already been as 2LL.
Remember, y'all, when they show these photos, for some reason the sound goes off. So I know I keep repeating that, but that's for the people who are
at their location.
All right. So earlier when I had the 0588 number, do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No. What we just talked about, 0588, which is 2LL, correct?
Right.
That's at 1903 Drew.
Correct.
And go back to 1LL.
Where is it? Oh.
Is that 0587?
That's Drew as well.
Okay, so that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right. Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one, 3.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th from the, I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
Okay. What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
Okay. And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with if gang.
Now, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
Right. You said you read his, did you read the Miranda warnings or did another investigator read it in the room?
I'm not sure.
Did you all read it from a card or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you tell him about the charges for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
Come up to the bench.
A lot of bench conferences today. Y'all get in here and get your object emoji. Bow, 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 bow. We objecting all day today. We need a bench conference counter. What's this, number 5? KB wants to become a member. KB, are you on an iPhone or are you on a PC? Are you on a Mac? Are you on an Android? Tell me what kind of device you're on real quick, please. Yeah, I think this is bench conference number 5, and court has been going on for approximately 2 hours. No. Yo, did we start at 9? We started at like 9. No, we started at 8:45. Yeah, it's been going on for about 2 hours, and we are on bench conference number 5. All right, KB, that's the problem. If you want to become a member and you have an iPhone, my understanding is you need to log on to a PC or I think even with your Mac. iPhone users cannot easily become a member on your phone. If you're on an iPhone, you need a Safari browser. Okay, so I guess you would need to access our channel from the browser, not from the app. From the browser, not from the app. And my understanding is because Apple wants a cut of all transactions done through their app store. So that's what causes the problem on Apple. So just log on to your PC, log on to your tablet. I'm not sure how that it will probably be the same if you have an iPad if you're going to use the app. So anybody wants to become a member on Apple products, don't go through the app. Go through the browser and go directly to our page. All right. Yes, you can use your iPhone. Miss Lily, if you want to give her instructions on how to do that, I'd appreciate it. All right. So I think we're on bench conference number 5. But y'all, doesn't this all honestly, doesn't it just feel like even though we've done 5 bench conferences today, and you might feel frustration, it still feels like, you know, like that breath of fresh air. Everybody here have 4 seasons. Andre, I know you don't have 4 seasons. I imagine if you live in Jamaica, y'all probably just have hot all year round, unless you're up in the mountains or something. But you know how like when fall is about to turn into winter, you just go outside and you just breathe, and it's like, oh, crisp air.
Let me ask you
Chris.
After you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. After reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And let me just given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding, but let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police, and if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict that he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about he had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something, so he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10th, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after?
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
Yes.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was a nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a blood, so he started being a blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial? Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling them that they just jumped, and he was like, "Pull up on me." And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on. You said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what is the significance of Trestle Tree Apartments?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and IF gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP.
All right, so we have another photo, y'all. So the sound goes out. Not sure why that is. Seems like they would be able to get this fixed, but whenever we have a photo, just remember we're probably not going to hear anything.
Hat?
With the chain on, yes.
Okay. Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun,
Okay.
And then he was the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he could remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I don't. I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha. Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015, at some point in 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
Okay. And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
Relevant. Object, Your Honor, relevant.
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
not from you. Your Honor, I believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
Your Honor, relevance.
And speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigations?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well,
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just?
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
I think you can continue.
As rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap, and how those two can coincide.
In gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions, or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Sustained.
So don't come. What have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated, as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song Get It Back in Blood. Get It Back in Blood is basically celebrating retaliation, illustrating to anybody that I'm gonna get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm gonna retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Action asked and answered previously.
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah. Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
just very
go ahead
quick.
and do that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow come a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music, we chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job, when I work.
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Okay. In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order to the characterization of question, evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight, or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
Just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Daubert hearing on
Yes,
this.
we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Daubert order.
All right, we may have to take either a break or approach.
This might be.
This is kind of spicy, huh? Kind of spicy. What's happening right now? Ned Ludd had asked, "Where is Love?" Love. This. Okay, who interviewed Detective Dennis the last time? Andre, who had Detective Dennis the last time he was up a few weeks ago? Was it Love or was it Hilton? Was it Love or was it Hilton? All right, so Love had Detective Dennis last time. Today is Hilton. Love, apparently, we don't know. We don't know what she's up to. There's a lot of speculation. I have speculated. Everybody has speculated. I don't mind speculating, y'all. Long as you know, long as I tell you clearly that I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Okay. So with that said, I don't know. I don't know where Love is, but what I do know is that she has seemingly had a diminished role. She seemingly had a diminished role over the past week, basically. Miss Lily, when you say I'm thinking it was Love, yeah, who interviewed Dennis? I think so too. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. I think this is at least the 6th bench conference. We started at 8:45. It is now, or 8:50-ish. It is now 11:18. So we've been going 2.5 hours. We've had a bench conference every 20 minutes, basically. Nah, every 30, 40 minutes, we've had a bench conference. So this is highly unusual. Just want Paige to say case dismissed with prejudice. Yeah, wouldn't y'all prefer though, with all of the love hate, would you want that to happen like right now? I mean, of course, for the defendants, if you feel it should happen, the sooner the better. But I mean, wouldn't you want DA Love to be in the room and having been the person who said something, did something, didn't do something, hid something, whatever? Wouldn't you want it to be Love there? Make a poll about bench conference, asking how many do we think, give us some numbers to choose from. Yeah, so let me see something. Okay, I can make a poll. We'll make a poll. Let's make a poll here. Add an option. All right, I'll make a poll. How many bench conferences have we had so far? All right, y'all. Poll. Miss Lily, you like, so we've had one. I know we've had more than one. Let's say 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. How many bench conferences have we had so far, y'all? We have a poll. We have a poll going. Miss Lily's like my she's the chat whisperer. Miss Lily's the chat whisperer. She's like, do this, do that. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. Can y'all see the poll? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, we have some results coming up. Are we talking today? Yeah, so this is just for today. How many bench conferences have we had today so far? Miss Lily is the chat whisperer. She's getting me straight on all things chat. I didn't even realize I could make a poll, honestly. Once we end the poll, so whenever they come back, I'll end the poll. Whenever they're officially back, I'll end the poll. I like to get some stuff going in chat. No, I'm with you. I do too. honestly, I'm doing this from StreamYard, and I don't think I can do a poll in StreamYard. So believe it or not, I have two screens. On this screen, I have the regular chat. Let me show y'all. On this screen, I have the regular chat. Here I can make a poll. But on the StreamYard screen, I don't think y'all can see that one. I cannot make a poll. I don't think. So I was looking for that option in StreamYard. I just never saw it. Is judge sentencing / tomorrow or just hearing or what's happening? Karen, that's a good question. I honestly am not sure of the answer. That was a question I had earlier as well. I'm gonna go to X. I'll go.
A little too early for lunch, but give us a few minutes. Thank you.
All right, whenever they start talking again, I'm going to end the poll, y'all. Whenever they get, it looks like they aren't. This is just wild. What is that, a shark emoji that we need? We have a shark emoji. We had two, but I had to replace one. Once y'all start becoming, more people start becoming members, we can get some more shark emojis. But we definitely do have our shark emojis on deck.
There's a rough of that Robert hearing.
Ms. Hilton said something about that.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And we have our notes, so we're chatting right now.
All right, and
YouTube. We're looking.
everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
This just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well, all
discussed.
right, no, but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hilton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not,
to.
right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just that
Understood, but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think that, you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the.
Okay.
And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had the Daubert hearings.
it may be that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding in the Daubert, perhaps that might be.
Oh, I've looked at the finding. That doesn't,
Well, not the order.
It's the ruling.
Okay.
It appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence, and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection.
Y'all hit the poll and hit the like. Hit the poll, people. Hit the like. Poll is how many bench conferences have we had today? If y'all are a little bit confused about what this whole thing is about, it's not totally clear because much of it was discussed at a bench conference, but it looks like they're debating, arguing whether or not Detective Dennis should be able to discuss lyrics as far as him being a gang expert and how those lyrics help him understand.
A rough of the Daubert hearing. What we've got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony. So, well, regardless.
And it looks like Steele wants to limit Dennis's testimony to just literally saying what the lyrics are. Where the prosecutor,
I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm going to recess while y'all do that. And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
all right, so I'm gonna close out the poll, y'all. Do I get to see the results? Okay, there we go. Come on, y'all. Okay, 50 votes. That's not bad. We got 10% participation. A little bit under 10%. Does not look like there's a clear winner, though. Can y'all see a clear winner? Miss Lely, we're going to have to do that on the next one. I closed it out. So let me see if I can understand what's happening here. Y'all, let's rewind this a little bit to where Brian Steele was talking so we can try to really understand this issue here. I'm going to rewind it.
Wanted the court to be having looked at.
Because they did this at a bench conference, so it's not 100% clear what was said. But it looks like it looks like Brian Steele didn't want Detective Dennis to talk about the meaning of lyrics, that he conceded that Detective Dennis could cite the verbiage of the lyrics, the actual letter of the lyrics, but he didn't want him to then say, and what that means is, and what we understood that to be connected to was. He just wants Dennis to be able to say, we have a lyric that says X, Y, Z, and that's it. That's what I'm getting. And it seems like the prosecution, I'm not sure what they wanted either, honestly, because, well, let's look.
This you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never discussed.
Okay, so there he says, I was unaware that Dennis was going to try to decode the messages. What are the messages? The messages are the lyrics. So Steele is saying, I was unaware that Dennis was going to interpret the lyrics in light of his gang investigations.
I ruled on that, and I sustained the objection on that. And
Okay, so Judge Whitaker saying, well, no, because you objected to Dennis interpreting the lyrics, and I sustained your objection.
Wilson understands that. So,
and the prosecution understands that Dennis cannot come in and decode the messages. In other words, he cannot come in and interpret the lyrics. So that's sustained. So what is the problem?
On the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not.
Okay, so Judge Whitaker just told Brian Steele that she sustained his objection about the decoding messages. She sustained that objection. And so now she's going to say, no, I sustained that objection.
Not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not right.
Okay, so that sounds like it's resolved.
Is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objection.
So then the question, it sounds like, is can he even mention the fact that he uses lyrics, even if he does not then tell what the lyrics are and what they mean? Or is he saying he can say he uses lyrics, he can say what the lyrics are, he just can't then go forward and give an interpretation of those lyrics? So it might be, I use lyrics in my investigation. And Hilton would say, such as which lyrics? And he'd say, well, in the song, I Shot Him, someone sings or raps, yeah, seen him on the corner, brought my burner, and I shot him. So that would be where he has to stop. He can't then say, and that was talking about XYZ crime in the real world. That's what I'm getting here. That's what I'm getting here. Okay? So it sounds like Steele is objecting to Dennis even being able to go into lyrics as a subject of his gang investigation. And it sounds like Whitaker is allowing him to go into it, maybe even to cite a lyric, but just not to then give a further interpretation about how that connects to the real world. That's my understanding of what's happening. I'm just trying to explain to y'all what I'm gathering. Is it clear? You have three things. You have mentioning that I use lyrics. That's fine. You have mentioning a specific lyric that was of interest to me as a detective. Sounds like that's fine. And then you have the real world interpretation. How does that connect to something that happened in the real world? And that's already ruled out. So it sounds to me like the dispute is on the second thing, which is mentioning the real world lyric that I think is connected, mentioning the rap song lyric that I think is connected to the real world, even though I'm not, as a detective, going to give an interpretation of it. Hopefully that's clear, y'all. I don't know. I'm just trying to explain the way I understand all of this. So when they come back, and this will probably be a bit of a longer break, we will see. So we had our poll results. I do have the trial on the other screen here, so I'll know when we're back. Let's count the bench conferences.
Because I've objected to it, but that.
Let's count them.
Witness.
Be no
driver's license, we'd like it.
KB.
Those associated with Mr. Thomas, they basically were sending
hearsay in it. It's
KB,
welcome. The truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter, sir, but just to illustrate that
KB,
was
welcome.
the post that was given.
Okay, so this is one. We came back from that. We're just going to count all these as bench conferences. Did we have any just general breaks? I don't think so. So we'll count all these. This is 2. This is 3.
Thank you. Jay, look through those and tell me if you recognize all of them.
4. 5. This is kind of a long one. 'So we have 5 so far. 6. And I think the one we're on now, so the correct answer for the poll would have been 6. Nope, 7. But I think we did the poll while we were on number 7. So the correct answer would have, and now 8.
And visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
Y'all, if you have any baby formula issues, let's let Law and Crime run their commercial, y'all. Let's let Law and Crime run.
Legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
Gotta let them run their commercial since we live on their feed. Welcome, KB. KB, were you the one trying to get it done on the iPhone? If you were, you deserve a special. Can you run it on mute? Look, we're running their ad because I mean they're gracious enough to let us use their stream, y'all. We gotta let them get paid too, you know. All right, Antoinette says, I think the state is trying to get creative with prolonging the case so Ms. Love can get more info that has nothing to do with the case. Well, we have seen Ms. Love bring in new actions, new overt acts, and pop them onto the indictment. So what we can imagine is that nothing's going to happen. Most likely there won't be anything new that's going to reduce or exonerate the defendant. So kind of the longer they take for the state, presumably the better. But they do have, I think, they run the risk of exhausting the jury. They run the risk of exhausting the jury, Antoinette. I mean, you have to wonder if these jurors might not vote not guilty just as a protest vote to this whole process. I think most of us watching here who are interested in this case are more interested in the process of the way things have been taking place. So you do have to wonder if prolonging everything, it's not just about evidence. This is a people. This is what I would say. This is a people business. And the jury is made up of 12 humans. And I think everybody would agree that this case could have probably been tried by now. It could probably be over by now. I'm on my phone and my daughters are watching the case with me on the TV. That's cool. That's really cool. They'll grow up knowing a lot about their rights and about the United States legal system, et cetera, et cetera. Aries 1, good morning. Good morning. Listening from work, Miss Juanita, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, so let's see what this issue is all about, y'all. I'm really interested in knowing this.
Yes, they just went outside to get it.
Well, Mr. Botts is here.
Is he here? I didn't even see him. I didn't see him.
Go ahead.
All right.
Miss Aries, this is probably the most important part of the day so far.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Pressfield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023. Okay. That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, and I know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court, though, so that's
right.
Really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify about what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay. Well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here.
All right, y'all. So check this out.
Nobody can remember.
The Daubert standard provides
we don't have a transcript.
A systematic framework for a trial court judge to assess.
Yes, I need the detective, please.
The reliability and relevance.
Miss Hilton.
Okay.
Did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor. And what he was qualified in is a gang expert, and I am positive he talked about how gang members use music.
Were you there?
I was present.
Okay.
And
is this from your memory?
This is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the game?
Do you recall the Daubert hearing
November
involving you
Yes.
in this case.
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and
Yes.
using those in your
Yes.
gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Given that, anybody want to voir dire him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already in the Dahlberg hearing?
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? Same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is, how do gangs use music, period?
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Dahlberg hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
Oh, that's tough, y'all.
Understood.
Okay.
That's tough.
Let's get the jury.
And
Well, honestly, we should
Maintain,
just
I'll-
let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour and a half, if that.
All right. Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not. All right.
All right, ask for continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in.
Y'all, that's a bit of a tough ruling, but this is going to be very interesting to see how. Now, y'all know this is we're having Whitaker on. Excuse me. This is we're having Hilton on the stand. Excuse me. What am I talking about? This is where having Hilton doing the questioning is better than Love, because y'all know Love will push the envelope on this. This would have been another one of our viral moments, because Love would just go in and then start going exactly where she's not supposed to go. Hilton, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I think it's interesting that she just asked the witness, "Hey, did you already do this?" He's like, "Yep, okay, I believe you." Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting the way she just, but it's her courtroom, y'all. We're fish in her tank right now.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hilton, you and just one member of the defense approach.
What's this, number 9? Miss Lily, are we on number 9 now? I literally think we're on number 9, approach number 9. Yeah, approach number 9. Okay, y'all. So let me tell you what we're watching out for. I want everybody to pay attention. What we're watching out for is the way Hilton's going to question Dennis. You want to listen for how she talks about lyrics. This is going to get crazy if they get into the meaning of any lyrics. The meaning of lyrics. If he mentions lyrics, that's one thing. If he mentions meaning of
All
lyrics,
right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch. I sort of had a thought about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch, and if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you.
what happened? What about freedom of speech? Does that not apply to lyrics? I'm about to tell y'all something. I'll tell you now. Everybody, freedom of speech applies to, well, we'll get into that. Let's listen.
Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So actually, in the last 2 seconds, Ms. Percifield has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing, and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds, or well, a few minutes.
No, Ms. Percifield is on point.
Part of it, not all of it. So honestly, you know what, Ms. Percifield, how about you be looking, and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found it online too. We could share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh.
Didn't watch it yet.
How long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
It's an hour.
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
I was here for an hour.
Unless that's searchable.
I was here for an hour.
You were here for an hour?
Yes, in my Daubert here.
Okay. I don't think it's.
Wasn't here long.
Yeah. Yes.
That is so cool.
Most of the time. So if you give
For
me
words?
Yes.
That's amazing.
If you give me a few minutes.
Okay.
We'll know if this one is searchable.
Did you send it to me? Somebody be looking at the transcript
All right.
that we have, and
Let's do another poll, y'all.
Can you share the YouTube link with the state?
Douglas is sharing with the state and recording right now.
Thank you.
yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things to get.
I'm trying to pull it up. I've got it. You have it? No, okay. I'm not searching, I'm trying to find the link. Hold on.
All right, y'all.
First call, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
All right, we got a new poll up, y'all. Will Judge Whitaker allow Detective Dennis to testify about lyric meanings? Now, we are not totally clear on exactly what the question is. So this poll is just standing in for whatever the exact objection is, because what we saw was that Lawyer Adams is saying that Dennis is not qualified as a gang expert to even talk about lyrics, whereas Dennis is saying, hey, I did my Daubert hearing and I was good to go. So we have
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music, and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people, to other things to members in a gang. So
That's page 16.
well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified. So I'm satisfied.
There you have it.
Page 51.
51, 52,
41.
41. $55.
Well, Juanita, so she's just following the precedent of this case, basically. She's following what has already been ruled
16.
and already been allowed.
All right,
So
he's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
all right, people. What I'm gonna do, let me just get the results of the poll. So whoever put yes, got 31 votes. Come on, y'all. I'm just gonna replay today. Gonna push it back to this morning.
Oh, yes.
And what'd she say? 1:15? We'll be back at 1:15. I will see y'all then. I'll probably pop on a little bit sooner than that, but I got to work on a video real quick. So I am going to just leave this. Let me put it to anybody who missed it.
I guess it's just Mr. Dennis at this point, former investigator Dennis. All right, thank you very much. Okay, retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. And Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you?
Good morning.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
Okay. In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hilton.
The witness mic?
The witness mic.
You just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh, Ms.
I
Hilton.
didn't know I had to hit the button.
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thompson's murder?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you be investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night. And usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams's driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015, I believe.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor, but we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, Death to Snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what they...
Yep.
Overruled.
Best evidence rule then.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence. Do you have?
I do.
All right.
Did
Go
you,
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 546Y. It's 546Y, one of those such posts that came from that Death to Snake in Words page.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter, sir, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But
the death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I object.
Your Honor, may we approach? I think it might be on longer.
Stand by. Right.
Okay, and that's for, sorry, 546Y.
Yes.
All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Detective Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes.
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody.
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
Now, as a part of your investigation, and court's indulgence for a moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And when, as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
That could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause, unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was named back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
What about Jamal Baines?
Yes.
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
Yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with IF Gang.
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
IF Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26, 2015?
Several.
Okay. were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember if that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day, was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
And then on that same day, was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
Yes.
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay? 15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero. Basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our 911 dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came in.
Okay. So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes.
Then 2672?
Yes.
And then 2801?
Correct.
And would 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other?
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something, like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity, it's the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
Her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior
inconsistent statement.
Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes.
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
Yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Tonk, and Quindarius Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen. Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Then, as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
Right. And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
Right. We'll leave you.
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Dalviante Fleetwood. Was that 4? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And do you, to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled.
To your knowledge, do you know if any other YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim in that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Correct. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35 Oak, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
And investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained. Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you, without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive, or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Kelvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stay by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
Now, the Lil Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Right. 2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28th, 2015?
The 1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Okay. Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demikian Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demikian Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Right. Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
That's a lot of numbers to keep in your head. Here's a pad.
Excuse my.
Oh, that 8 was.
Okay, so with 15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes.
So this would have been first, second, third, and fourth.
Correct.
Of course, those for one. We're gonna come back to that chart in 1 second. When you met with Quindarius Zachary, was he able to identify people who were, that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
Yes.
Permission to approach your figure, honey?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all of those things.
While he's looking, can we approach this?
Yes.
542 YA.
Thank everybody who hung out. My breaker went out.
YB, YD,
Oh, breaker went
and
out.
YF.
And
All right, those are admitted.
Permission.
You may.
we're back. C. Lizzle. If found guilty, do you think there's plenty of reasons to get an appeal? Yes. Yeah, there are plenty of reasons to get an appeal.
Looking at 542 YA, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks.
Okay. 542 YB,
Demise McMullen.
542 YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson.
542 YD.
Justin Cobb.
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-wop.
Thank you. Now, during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now showing you 542 YE, 542 YC, 542 YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542 YE, 542 YC, 542 YG, 542 YH, and 542 YI into evidence.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, look at 542 YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual? Is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now. Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
Or Club Crucial.
Now I'm gonna also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4, KK. Admitted as 2LL. Oh, sorry, 1LL. And let me ask you, was 1903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as a part of your investigation?
Yes,
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
it was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What, if any, significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes,
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either 3 or 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes,
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
yes,
And Club Crucial, that's where Demikian got beat up?
yes,
And did you say earlier jumped on by If Gang members?
yes,
And was Demikian a YSL member?
yes.
And so after Demikian gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an If Gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the Landrum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
Yes.
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 drill?
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If Gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting If Gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
Okay. And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other If Gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as the Jews of the trial, 543 wide. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time say with like a tender and admit and publish statement of 543 wide.
All right. I'm sorry, 543Y, that's admitted, you may.
Hey, give me a tissue. Yeah.
Okay. Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on in the video.
In this first video, you're going to see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it.
43Y, Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
It's gonna be the same, but just a different angle. This is gonna fight, it's gonna begin, and then this is where it's gonna spill over into.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay. One minute and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court's indulgent.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes, and in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Anything else y'all want?
Your Honor,
Yes.
we just want to renew our objection on the admissibility.
Understood.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And
We don't.
for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And are you, Have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will tell him.
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me
ready.
sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in. From having
Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL. And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is that one L on the screen?
And I'm going to show you 2LL. Is this
this the one LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right, now I want to show you what's already been there. It's 2 LL. Other number on here that's 0531.
The one, this one, 3.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th from I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
Okay. What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
Okay. And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with If Gang.
Now, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. Tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up, or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that? And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent. No further questions.
All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature, is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs.
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you
Yes,
talking
sir.
about magazines?
I'm
Or
talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training materials.
none of it?
None.
Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right, and what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective.
Go ahead.
I'm really not trying to trick you or anything.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it, yes.
Right, looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right? Have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they, believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. he has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same experience, life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right,
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans. Mr. Sharp. Oh, Mr. Martin. Investigator Dennis. Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first
State's Exhibit 1TT.
Yes,
And did you pull that from social media?
yes,
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
yes.
You're on this time statement like the Tender State's Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
And is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
I guess go ahead and approach now.
What is going on with this situation? Looks like they're trying not to let this fly, but Whitaker wants to let it fly. Andre says they're playing with people's lives. Mary says her shoes are too tight.
I'm going to also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes,
And what is the State's Exhibit 545Y?
it's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
I'm just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted. All of the objections that were made before are preserved. And as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
First showing State's Exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y.
So once again, whenever they go to these photos, we can't hear for some reason. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose or what. Miss Lily says her blood is boiling. And there is no sound, but that is not us. That's everybody. Somehow the sound did not come back on in the courtroom. There we go.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 1TT, Why was
Yo, are we on another approach? What's this like? This we were already at like the sound is all jacked up today.
Ms. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he
Oh my gosh.
isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Y'all, do we need to go back and see? Okay, we're going to go back, y'all. All right, we're going to take this next 15 minutes. Don't worry, I have the feed on another computer over here. Y'all, check me out, y'all. Let me see if I can show you. I got another computer over there with the feed, so we good. We aren't going to miss anything. We're going to go back, and we're going to find out what the heck he just said. All right, let's go back. All right, so let's start. Let's start here. We can't hear him. We can't hear him because they turned the sound off. Oh my gosh. Let's go to, I'm going to see if we can get, no, Miss Lily, the replay doesn't matter because the sound is off. I'm going to go see if I can, great. Miss Sylvia has her own independent feed, I think. She might have caught it, but it's on TikTok Live, and I don't think you can rewind on TikTok Live. I'm going to check Miss Sylvia, but I don't think you can rewind. Wow, she's going to have it, maybe. So the sound was off. See, the sound is off, so we can't hear it. We can't hear it, y'all. I'm checking the infamous Sylvia, I don't even think she's live right now. She isn't even live. Oh my gosh, we totally missed it. Let's see. Sound's still off. He's still there. Let's see. Put this. Go to Kayla. Okay, let me check Kayla. If it's on Kayla, that would be good because she should be in the court. She should be on YouTube. Y'all just. Oh, hold up.
Now looking at Stacey's exhibit 1.
Hold up. All right, we have Miss Sylvia. Oh, here it is. All right, we have Miss Sylvia. Let's look at Miss Sylvia, y'all. Don't leave me. We're gonna watch Miss Sylvia together. Miss Sylvia, hey, we giving you your credit.
Grounds used to decipher this information. You talked.
She must be pulling from the same feed. She doesn't have her own independent audio. People on her feed are also asking, does anybody know what they said? Sylvia let us know. So she does not have the audio either. I'm about to ask her. Y'all want me to send her a super chat? Can I even send her a super chat? I don't know. I don't see a super chat, but you can't send Miss Sylvia a super chat. You can't send Miss Sylvia a super chat. Let me see. Hold up. Y'all, I'm gonna look in her comments. Yeah, y'all check Twitter. I'm gonna look in her comments. Let's see. He mentioned about Kendrick coming out of prison. Okay, so something that Detective Dennis said was about Kendrick coming out of prison. Let's see if Miss Sylvia gives us some more. All right, y'all. So what does this mean? Okay, let's just take the bit that Miss Sylvia just gave us, which was that it has to do with Kendrick coming out of prison. Now, there are rules for evidence, y'all. Seti Nash gonna catch it. How's Seti Nash gonna catch it, Dreadhead? I mean, hopefully somebody caught it, but he's not in the courtroom, right? So, like, there's no audio feed for anybody to catch it. Miss Sylvia heard it with her ears, but there's no audio feed for you to catch it from our perspective, unless you're in the courtroom or something like that. I wonder why Miss Sylvia is not giving more information. She's there. She obviously can chat. Okay, let me try to explain to y'all the problem here. Okay, put in subtitles. It doesn't matter. Well, I guess we could try. We could try. It's not a bad idea. Let's go back. Closed caption it. Let's see. Got the closed. Note. The closed caption is probably picking up from what's being said, not from, because as you can see, no sound, no CC. We go back here. I don't know. Closed captioning doesn't seem like it wants to work right now. All right, y'all. So I think we got enough from Miss Sylvia, honestly, y'all. The exact thing he said probably doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, obviously, but the fact that the issue is he's mentioning Diamante Kendrick coming out of prison. Now, what does that do? Why would that be a mistrial? Why could that be a mistrial? Because Diamante Kendrick is on trial right now. And if y'all remember that 403, let's go to the 403. The evidence is objected to because its potential to cause unfair prejudice or confusion substantially outweighs its probative value. So typically, you cannot testify to somebody having been in prison before when they're on trial for a crime. Now, there might be some exceptions, but generally speaking, you cannot testify that such and such was in prison. If you say they're just coming out of prison, obviously the implication is that they were in order for them to come out. So that's called prejudicial because the jury is going to think, well, this person has already been in prison, right? So they're a criminal. They're more likely to commit crimes again, et cetera, et cetera. Let's give Miss Sylvia a like, y'all, since we over here kind of. She didn't give us anything else, though. She just gave us that one little blurb. So I guess we're going to go back to the main feed. I'll keep an eye on it, though. So basically, it's more prejudicial when someone hears that you were in prison and you're on a criminal trial. Again, not saying that it could never be mentioned, but you have to be very careful about how you mention the fact that somebody has a criminal past, because that can plant the seed in the jury's mind to prejudice that person, to prejudge that person. Well, this person's been to prison before, then obviously, these crimes that they're accused of, what is it? What they're already a criminal. So it kind of can give them that feeling. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So typically speaking, you have to be very careful about referencing somebody's criminal past in the trial. Again, I'm not saying it can never happen, but there are certain ways you go about it. And it's certainly not just flippantly saying, oh yeah, he did that when he got out of jail. You have to be careful. So what Doug Weinstein has said, he's saying, look, Your Honor, we have been through these mistrial motions over and over and over and over again. We have had this happen and the state squirmed out it that way. And we've had that happen and the state squirmed out of it this way. And Doug Weinstein said, this time, Your Honor, this time it's a wrap. It can't be cured, as Andre said. You can't cure it. You can't give no kind of instruction. You can't do anything but grant a mistrial is what Weinstein is saying. Now, correctly, Judge Whitaker said to the state, hey, y'all go find me something. Find me some kind of rationale, legal rationale, probably a case, probably a statute, probably a whatever that I can use to balance what Weinstein is saying, which is mistrial, versus what the state would want, which is not a mistrial. Okay. Y'all, let's do a poll. All right, let's do a quick poll. I'm just going to put mistrial now. Yes or no? Will this result in a mistrial right now today? I'm not talking about down the line. I'm not saying will it result in an appeal. I'm not saying, I'm saying is this it? I should have put final straw. If I could go back and put something else, I'll put the word final straw. Is this it? Is it over? Is Doug Weinstein right? And mind you, this is not something that the state intentionally did wrong or even accidentally did wrong, okay? This is not something that the state intentionally or negligently did wrong. They put this detective on the stand, or former detective. This man knows the rules, y'all. So even if They prepared him, etc., etc. He's the one who controls what he says out of his mouth. Okay, so we really can't blame. We can't blame. Well, we didn't hear the exchange, so we really don't know if we could blame Hilton. We don't know how much she fed into it. Yeah, it's their witness, and they have to eat it. They have to eat it if it's over, Ms. Flynn. I mean, I'm not saying that nothing should happen. I'm simply saying that all sides are saying that it wasn't intentional by the state, but yes, they have to eat it. Okay, Weinstein said a 404A objection. Let's take a look. Let's look that up real quick. 404A objection. Okay. So 404A deals with character evidence, other crimes, wrongful acts. Evidence of a person's character or character trait is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion, the person acted in accordance with the character or trait. Exceptions for a defendant or victim in a criminal case. Other crimes, wrong acts prohibited. Any evidence of any crime, wrong, or act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. Notice in a criminal case. In a criminal case, the prosecutor must provide reasonable notice of any such evidence that the prosecutor intends to offer at trial. So that's why I said it's not that they can't do it, but they have to be careful. Provide reasonable notice of any such evidence that the prosecutor intends to offer at trial so that the defendant has a fair opportunity to meet it. So we presume that in this situation, the prosecution did not tell the defense ahead of time. So they must do these things. Articulate in the notice. So these are three things that they must do. It's not either of these, it's all three of these. Articulate in the notice the permitted purpose for which the prosecutor intends to offer the evidence and the reasoning that supports the purpose, and do so in writing before trial or in any form during trial if the court, for good cause, excuses lack of pretrial notice. So they must do these three things. They must have done these three things before they presented that evidence. Of course, the prosecution didn't technically. Okay, Thugger Daily has it on X. Let's go to X. What did he post though? Did he get the audio? Hopefully he got the audio. All right, we're on X, y'all. Everybody follow us on X, please.
A mistrial is appropriate. I'm
That's
asking.
not today. The state presented this picture of Yak Gotti standing on YFN Lucci's car at Lenox Mall. Dennis testified to Yak Gotti being in and out of prison, prompting a mistrial. Yeah, that's more or less what Miss Sylvia just told us. That's more or less what Miss Sylvia already told us. The whole thing has to do with testimony about Yak Gotti coming out of prison, in and out of prison, coming out of prison. It's kind of the same thing. Okay, but that takes us back to this 404A, and thank you. 404A would be this up here, which is character evidence. But technically, it looks like 404B also applies. Okay. 404A and 404B. So that is the issue. All right. Miss Tayarno Robinson is just like mistrial. No audio. No audio where? The court is not back yet. Court has not come back yet, y'all. Sometimes I put it on my phone too, just to make sure that I'm not missing something, but there's no audio from the court as of yet. He testified 3 times in this trial, y'all. Yo, I'm going to say this, Miss Lily. I'm going to say this. I use a lot of sports metaphors, so y'all bear with me. In boxing, if you accidentally hit somebody, if you accidentally give them a foul, you might get a warning. But if you accidentally foul them so badly that they can't continue, you lose. If you accidentally foul somebody and they can continue, you might get a warning, you might get a point taken. If you accidentally foul somebody so badly that the opponent can't continue, you lose. Even if it's a true accident. You accidentally headbutt somebody and you open up a big cut, you lose if they can't continue. Even if everybody can tell by looking at it, oh, that was an accident. So while I agree with you that he knows better, I think it would only matter, that part would only matter, because if Judge Whitaker comes back and says, oh, well, it was just that, she can't say that. Because the damage is done to Diamante Kendrick. Do y'all understand that? The damage to Diamante Kendrick in this trial is done. Period. And that's why Weinstein said you can't fix it. You can't tell the jury. And I know that the temptation would be, because she's given so many of these instructions, if she comes back and she says to the jury, well, I just want you to disregard, it's gonna be, you know, she can't do that. I mean, I'm not saying she can't. She absolutely can do that, honestly. She can. But certain fouls, you can come back from and you can continue the fight, and you can maybe get your opponent gets a warning, they get a point taken. Certain fouls, it's like, this is just so prejudicial against me that this fight has to be over. Yeah, let's spam some Dougs, man. Thanks to Miss Lily, we have our Doug emoji ready. I'm gonna spam some Dougs in the chat. Y'all give thanks to me. All the members give thanks to Miss Lily because she insisted that we had a Doug emoji. What the heck is going on? Which we do. Oh, I put too many of them. I put so many Doug emojis that it wouldn't even let me do what I needed to do. All right, I just spammed some Doug Weinstein. She gave them 15 minutes. This isn't going to be. Well, Papa Bear, she has to give them an opportunity to explain. Because there could be a trial where something like this happened, and on appeal, the appeals court ruled that this does not necessarily warrant a mistrial. I'm going to say this again, y'all. Yeah. Andre's right. There could be a trial, there could be an appeals court ruling out there where something like this has happened and where the appeals court or the Supreme Court has ruled that this does not necessarily result in a mistrial. So if the prosecution can find something similar where this went to appeal, a trial court like this, the level we're on now is trial court. This is not going to help. They probably won't even find that. But if an appeals court or Supreme Court had reviewed a case like this and said, well, you know, the judge can cure or correct by this or that, then the state will be saved. Then they'll say, Your Honor, we found XYZ case. In this situation, a witness for the prosecution said ABC about the defendant. And on appeal, the appeals court, the Supreme Court said that this could be cured by, you know, DEF. So it's possible that there is a case out there like that. They just have to find it. They have to find it either in the state of Georgia, one. The best case scenario for them would be a Supreme Court case, a U.S. Supreme Court case, or a Georgia appeals or Supreme Court case. If they can find any of those three, they're good. If they can find a Georgia appeals court case, a U.S. Supreme Court case, Georgia appeals court case or Supreme Court case from Georgia, or U.S. Supreme Court case that says that the judge can cure this kind of situation by doing ABC, but a mistrial is not necessarily automatic, then Whitaker will use that and she won't grant the mistrial. If they find a U.S. not Supreme Court, but a U.S. appeals court case, she'll probably use that as well. If she finds a state appeals or Supreme Court case from another state that's not Georgia, then that's probably not going to work. Like, you find you find a situation in Virginia and the Virginia Supreme Court says, well, that's probably not going to help in Georgia. Okay. Paralegal, is it that bad that Paige didn't say anything, or is it the defense's job? When you say she didn't say anything, what do you mean? Say anything about what? Hot boy, be more specific. Is it that bad that Paige didn't say anything about, you mean, because we didn't really hear the comment. We didn't hear the comment, and we also did not hear we didn't hear the comment, and we didn't hear any kind of discussion. Just conveniently, everything was muted out for that. So thanks, Amy. I'm going to just say this one more time so that y'all can understand, for the people who might not understand. Right now, what the prosecution is doing is they are hitting. I'm going to show y'all LexisNexis. By the way, good time to plug our paralegal certificate program. Anybody, y'all want to become a paralegal? I'm about to show y'all how we do this type of legal research. I'm about to show y'all right now. I'm pulling up LexisNexis. Don't worry, I have the court on my phone, and I also have the court on bet they are looking for an ex parte meeting. All right, this is what they're doing right now, y'all. They're in Lexis right now. Again, don't worry, I have the court. As soon as we're back, we're back. They're in Lexis, right? So what they're doing is they're going to Georgia probably, because this is where they are. They're going to the state of Georgia. Let's find G, and let's find United States. You're going to search in these three jurisdictions. Now you're going to probably search 404A mistrial, right? You're just going to start off something like this. You're going to start off looking at 404A, and you're starting off looking at mistrial. They're probably going to be far more adept at getting directly to what they want. But what they're looking for is some kind of case on the U.S. Supreme Court level. The U.S. Appeals Court level is like, but that'll probably help them, right? Any U.S. Appeals Court level would be good. Supreme Court would be perfect, or any Georgia appeals or Supreme Court would be perfect. So now you have to try to find a case that deals with 404A and mistrial. The problem is, as you can see, a lot of these are 404. A lot of these are 404 of different statutes. So this isn't evidence. So let's go with evidence. Let's type in evidence as well. We'll go back and do it again. 404A mistrial evidence. Criminal. See if we get some better. All right, we didn't get anything that came back with that. So let's see. Rule 404. Let's go with Rule 404. A mistrial. All right, we back.
We have everybody. No, we don't. Yes, we do now. Okay. No, we don't. Yeah, I know.
All right, soon as we get the case, I'm gonna pull it up. As soon as she gives the case, I'm gonna pull it up and see what it says. I am finding some cases now, though. She's just searching Georgia U.S. Supreme Court.
All right. What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor, Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case: I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm going to skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Slow down, reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond the single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny
Y'all, she did it.
Deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court. was the reference isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in counts 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness past that as well.
Doug better bring the heat, because she just did a good job, y'all. Y'all might not like it, but she did a good job explaining. That was a good case, too.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned officer.
No, I looked. It's not.
It's
it was
an
a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here. I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence, and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that the jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a confrontation clause, it would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's what I
said
was-
today.
And
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind. Put them on the
Whoa,
seal
that's
drawer.
huge,
That's what I
y'all.
remember you doing, but
No, that's
whatever
huge,
you do with
Pastor.
them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert your honorable court if you don't mind.
Right, can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I guess you can ask, and the answer is no.
This is huge.
But I don't
The
think
answer
that-
is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that he and my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask.
This
that
is
we
a
will
good
stop
middle ground,
questioning.
y'all.
If that's
Striking
the
his
sanction that the
testimony.
state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him, and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All
We
right,
would just
understood.
ask that.
Do I
My
need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Y'all, this is huge, man. This is huge. I mean, it's not a mistrial, and I think Paige is right. Honestly, it was going to come in anyway that he's a convicted felon. So this is actually not. This is a really good outcome for this scenario, minus barring a mistrial, y'all. She just went hard on them, believe it or not. She just went hard on them today. This is the most penalty that this prosecution has received in this entire trial, as far as I know. Andre, she removed him. He's done. She removed
Do you have
him.
another witness available?
He's done.
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right, go ahead and get them lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no, no, he
question.
won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I
He's
just wanted
done
that
for
clarified.
good, yo. He's banned. Oh, Dennis just got banned from the YSL trial, y'all.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him.
Oh,
But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further.
Dennis is banned from the trial,
Okay.
y'all. This is huge.
I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better, though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, and I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Thank you.
Y'all, Dennis
Okay.
got
Do
banned
you
from
have
the
another
trial.
witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
Y'all, I want to say something. Let me say something real quick. First of all, everybody should be, all of the people who want justice, you should feel good right now because Whitaker just did the right thing. She was correct. First of all, Hilton argued successfully. Look, it was going to come in that Kendrick is a felon. Okay, that was going to come in anyway. We have him charged as felon with a firearm or whatever. That was going to come in. Okay, so it is what it is. And Whitaker saw that and she's like, well, yeah, that's true. She made the right. But Whitaker's like, nah, he's banned from the trial. Now, the funny thing about it is in the morning, yeah, Andre, thank you. You going right where I'm going. In the morning, the whole argument was about, was this guy an expert? Before lunch, the whole question is he an expert? And Adams is like, I don't see, how could he be an expert? The guy's like, well, I grew up in the hood. That made me an expert. I like Dennis. He's charismatic, okay? So I'm not going in on him, y'all. I'm just dramatizing a little bit. I know y'all been calling him dirty. I don't know. But he's like, yo, I grew up in the hood, so I'm an expert. Okay, fine. Next thing he says is something that literally gets himself banned from the trial, y'all. Think about that. The person who literally just said I'm an expert, a few minutes later is the first witness that I'm aware of who's banned from the trial because of their testimony. The expert is banned from the trial permanently. Yeah, Dennis the Menace is banned from the trial permanently because of his testimony. But y'all, as soon as Hilton gave her argumentation, I knew that this mistrial wasn't going to happen. She actually did a good job. So I know y'all didn't want her to. Don't hate me. Hilton did a good job. She argued 2 very good points. She found a good case. And she also argued this was going to come in anyway. She took the mistrial off the table right there. But Paige was like, but your boy is banned. So y'all can y'all hear me out. Hear me out. Think about your closing argument as the defense. You have 2 main investigators who were investigating this trial, or these people, these boys. One of them is banned from the trial right now, and the other one was at least under scrutiny because while she was on the stand, she was mumbling insults under her breath. So the 2 people who did most of the investigation for this, one of which we saw mumbling uncontrollably under her breath during testimony and caused essentially the defense to say, yo, can we stop this? Judge, can you make her stop doing that? That's one. And when the other guy came back up, he got himself banned forever from the entire trial. These are the 2 people. We've had one prosecutor be admonished publicly in front of the jury. And, you kind of start getting the sense that the jury might start looking at like, can we even trust the investigators and the prosecutors here? Can we trust the people whose job it is to put this case together and present it to us? You know what I'm saying? Love is on the way. I'll be honest with you. It's probably because of Hilton that this mistake went as smoothly as it did. If Love had been in Hilton's shoes, this thing would not have gone that smoothly. Hilton played a role. She didn't make the mistake personally, meaning she didn't cause it to happen. She argued her case succinctly. You know, if it had been Love, she would have been arguing for 15 minutes. Hilton said what she had to say. She pushed back when the judge was going in a direction that's tough for her, which is getting rid of this witness. The judge had already made up her mind. Hilton tried. She couldn't pull it off because the judge had already made up her mind. She's like, you can talk, but basically it doesn't matter. And, you know, it wasn't Hilton's fault. It wouldn't have been Love's fault either. The difference is Love would have made it into a fault by what she would have done next. Love would have caused a fault. She would have had what Dennis said. If I can't say what would have happened, but if judging from Love's past, we could easily imagine what Dennis said would have been one thing, and then she could have, based on her past, spun it up into something now she's personally involved. So, Shireen Hall, let me tell y'all what just happened. Not only is Dennis's testimony from today thrown out, but he was unable to give further testimony today. Everything he said and all the exhibits he presented are now stricken. And he's banned from coming back to testify again. And Dennis just got himself banned from the YSL trial. Now, if y'all go back, Dennis was very cavalier earlier today. He was laughing. He was having a good old time, y'all. Let me see if I can find it. What was the part where
everybody know?
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary.
I would like
Without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
I like to find the part where he had said something like
Is that just saying?
Oh man. Let's watch him
Did he
talk
appear
about
to have
how
any
much of an
learning
expert
disability?
he is again.
No.
That should be.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated in your investigation?
A lot. Like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even 75% to 100%. I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society.
Yeah, all that, yes. Ms. Flynn's, yes. This is all gone, y'all. So, mind you, remember, if y'all rock with me, you'll remember a few days ago I was saying who plays which role. Today, Brian Steele played his role. So did Weinstein. But Brian Steele's role was he came in, he mopped up all the details. He's the detail guy. He's the case law guy. Not that Weinstein, because Weinstein did a good job with his case law as well, but Brian Steele came in, he mopped it up. Look, we need to make sure all the testimony's gone. Oh, there's some exhibits over there. Get that. Oh, Brian Steele's like, we need to make sure. So they kind of did a tag team. But Brian Steele's like, we need to make sure. So everything you're seeing right now didn't happen. Brian still even said, again, details guy, yeah, we need to make sure we get the jury's notes, that we remove anything they wrote down about whatever happened today. Okay. Looks like we're back.
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated.
I think we did.
And it was denied, is my recollection. And so.
It might be, I'm gonna check, you overact as well, and that's why I think that. I'm gonna check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder with the underlying.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, that's all.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
Over at 187.
That's why it wasn't exact.
okay,
189.
well,
Y'all, let's give 20 memberships in celebration of the craziness from today. Let's see who gets it. I say celebration.
29.
Maybe that's not the right word. Give them 20 memberships.
That explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay, where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, every time I'm looking at Andre, like, come on, like, you know, try
Okay,
to
which actually
get
then
one
has
to
to
him.
change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
Andre, just stick in there, man. You'll get it, buddy. You'll get it. And I appreciate you, man.
In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick?
I don't think I would want her to highlight that. Let's just keep it moving. Main man said something he wasn't supposed to. He's off the stand now. Let's keep it moving.
You know what I'm asking? Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
But Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause, right? That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right,
overt
the
act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that.
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it. And you asked the state to do it. It goes
Yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right?
basically. But So
That's the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think, yeah.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's conviction. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of Rico.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't consider, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you know, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered, it's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for the what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause. You know?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63, an overt act. Is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that?
Can we?
Or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment. That would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
And I guess our thought is, since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited
reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
What is?
I mean, I can just say this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given I do think it was a mistake on his part. Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to Rico later. I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with.
Loco. This is Loco, y'all.
Do you want me to catch you up?
Oh, no.
Okay.
This is Loco. What is the jury thinking right now? I would imagine they're not surprised. I mean, they've been through. Have they been through a clean week? I don't think they've been through a clean 2 weeks. Lil Woody, what's your bar question? I may or may not be able to answer it, but let's give it a shot. Go ahead. I'll just stick it in Chat GPT and give you the answer. Y'all, do y'all see how the complexity of this case is causing missteps by the prosecution at every turn? Like, at this point, I don't know that they even know what they're doing. And I don't say that offensively. I don't say that offensively, y'all. I say it because humans, we just have a limit to amount of complexity that we can keep in our minds and our heads. And that limit may have been reached at this point.
All right, anything?
Your Honor, I think the limiting instruction should be similar.
Oh, they went and got Abate.
My apologies. Your Honor,
He must have been watching because he's.
Can you hear me now?
He must know.
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear him? Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as it relates to the other evidence or that you've given previously as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson. Pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they were have prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
Okay. All right. So our issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet.
Dang, I thought Abate was up to speed. He came down there to talk and didn't even know what was going on. He came down there to talk it. He came there to take over, doesn't even know what the question is. Your Honor, I'm here and I know everything. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, I don't know.
I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right, that's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out.
Wouldn't the prosecution have been contacted the case law expert witness reviewed after time?
Yes.
Explain a little bit more.
Approach if I don't have the jury here yet.
Explain a little bit more of what you're saying there, Lil Rudy. Wouldn't there have been contacted the case law for expert witness? Do you mean the defense or the prosecution? Just be a little bit more specific. I'm not totally understanding that. Can somebody help me understand how Abate comes down? We haven't seen because the whole trial, we haven't seen the whole day. So he's like, yo, let me go ahead and go down there and make my voice heard on something that I wasn't even there for. Right? And we think, oh, Abate, he must know what's going on because he just popping up out of nowhere, gonna start talking. And he's like, why don't we just do what we did last time? Oh, you think nobody thought of that, Abate? You think nobody has thought to just do what we did last time? That's the first thing everybody always thinks. That won't work because that's what we even here for. The very first thing you think to do is the thing you did last time. Come on, man. And then she's like, yeah, that wouldn't work. He's like, oh, okay, well, I'm out of ideas. It's like, oh my gosh, man. All right. But I'm just joking, y'all. Honestly, I'm just joking. I really think everybody here is doing their best. I really do. So none of these people on the prosecution side, none of them started this case. As far as I know, they weren't there on day one. So, you know, they're this is their job. This is their job, y'all. Can't say it doesn't count against the others if they're going to say later it counts against the others. They messed up. Exactly. Y'all, I feel like this case is going to create case law, not only for all of the things that are obvious, but I would not be surprised if this case I wouldn't be surprised if this case creates case law about how many different instructions you can give to the jury and their ability to navigate 75 different instructions, in addition to the normal jury instructions. You're giving them limiting instructions. You're giving them that this doesn't count against this person, but it only counts against that person. You have 6 different defendants. You have a year plus of testimony. You have them going out of the jury box 5 times a day, in addition to the normal free breaks. You got them going out of the jury box a total of probably somewhere 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day. Breaks in testimony unnecessarily. And I think this case could very well create case law as to how reasonable is it for us to expect even professional jurors, even people who are professionals, but lay people, an engineer, a doctor, a postal carrier, a nanny, a student, how reasonable is it for us to expect them to be able to understand all of this?
Okay, let's get the jury out.
Now, we just saw Detective Dennis get banned from the trial. This is the most dramatic thing that's happened since Brian Steele was put in jail or was arrested. Yeah, and put in jail. I have a JD as well, and none of this makes sense to me. I don't think any of this makes sense to anybody.
Miss Hilton. Oh, this is Officer Rogers, D. Rogers.
Do you mind, I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? We'll wave you in just a second. Thank you. Although maybe you should hear it too.
Michael Williams, Dennis mentioned Diamante Kendrick's arrest or incarceration history, not arrest history, incarceration history from the stand after proclaiming himself an expert. And he got himself banned. Literally, he got his entire testimony, including exhibits. Everything that he did today was stricken from the record, is being stricken, and he himself is banned from this trial and cannot come back. So this is a very consequential. This is very consequential, y'all. It wasn't enough for a mistrial to be granted because on the indictment, it acknowledges that Kendrick is a felon, which by deductive reasoning means that he had been convicted of crime and probably done prison time. So because of that, Judge Whitaker did not grant a mistrial. But Weinstein was right on it. And I think everybody's probably satisfied with the remedy that Judge Whitaker meted out, which is striking all testimony from today and banning Detective Dennis from coming back. This is Detective Dennis, y'all. This actually could be enough to cause this trial to end in a not guilty verdict. I mean, can't you imagine now once Gaither sees this, she's going to be like, if she has to come back, because people have already gone after Gaither at her job after she testified in the way she carried herself.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, mic on? I am sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 in Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand.
Is there a juror? Oh, we might have a juror.
Everybody good? Okay.
I thought we were gonna have somebody.
And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we were going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now.
I thought we were going to get a hand raise.
Hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state called Officer Rogers to stand.
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
I thought we were going to get a hand raise, y'all. These jurors must want to keep at it.
David Rogers, DAVID RODGERS.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
Well, I left the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit, and my last assignment there was at gangs before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment.
Yes,
when you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months, while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay, and you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in two separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer Jay Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue or did you stage somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling.
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
Based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Eppinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. Mm-hmm. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hapeville Road. Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hapeville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steele?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Eppinger walking through the complex, at which time I meant to go make contact with Mr. Eppinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hapeville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Eppinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Eppinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also, told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner because Mr. Eppinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. Had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And we said he started to flank you. What did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to re-access my weapon, I could not have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, Yeah, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight. What do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Court's indulgence for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been first admitted as 32B. Do you recognize the individual who was depicted in State Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V. Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18V. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Just 1 or 2, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Rogers, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. For your answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Officer, thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
I don't know what the name was. Davis, okay.
Raise your right hand. You swear to affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State, spell your first and last name for the court style into the mic, please.
John Davis, JOHNDAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon dock. What is the Exxon dock?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit, and that dock is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dax cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com, the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S, permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watched because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure.
I have a question. What is our approach counter on now? What is our approach counter on now, everybody? Who has the approach count? Because I think we're probably somewhere around, yeah, bench. Yeah. I think we're somewhere around 12 at this point or something like that. I frankly have lost count, so I don't know. Approach 10 or 11. Maybe we're on 11 because we were already at, we did the poll, we were like at 8 or 9, right? This is wild. I saw how y'all were making fun of that one detective with the head too. That's not fair, y'all. He got shot in his head. That might have saved him. That might have saved him. Or that might be what happened after getting taking a bullet to the back of the head. You know? All right, let's get some messages in. Amy says, I'm still thinking about the time Judge Whitaker almost declared a mistrial today. You know, something I've been thinking about is every trial week to 10 days, so every week to week and a half of calendar time, the prosecution has some level of problem with their case. Every week to 10 calendar days, the prosecution has some problem with their case. And oh yeah, I know it's all funny and jokes. I'm not a prude, y'all. I'm not a prude. I'm kind of just joking with y'all when I say y'all were joking with him. I'm not tripping off that. Have y'all seen our thumbnails? I'm not gonna put them on the thumbnail. But anyway, every week to 10 days, y'all, calendar days, the prosecution has some problem. When I say problem, I mean the judge just yesterday told the prosecution, I wish we had prosecutors or lawyers who know how to try a case. I mean, these are serious insults in front of the world. And yeah, you're right about that. And so my point is, I'm not really sure of the prosecution's ability to continue on without causing some kind of major issue that's going to tank this case for them, is really what I'm getting at. It just feels like they're clumsy, to use a kind of a word one of my kids would probably use. The prosecution is clumsy. They're clumsy. I don't think I've used that word in I don't know how long. So they're kind of falling all over themselves at every step. And you do wonder if they even have the capability of seeing this thing through to the end without falling down permanently and breaking something. Yeah, I know I see the evidence. I'm not convinced. So I'm with you on that part. But the point is, they're just clumsy. Even if they did have the evidence, it doesn't really help you that much to have evidence if it's going to end in a mistrial due to your clumsiness. How how much does it help you to have the key to unlock the door if you're gonna fall down and break your hip on the way to the door? Like, having the key doesn't help very much if you can't even get to the door. And so the prosecution, even if they had great evidence, if they present it poorly and they have poor lawyering skills, they might not get to the verdict, to the jury decision, because it could end in a mistrial. How many times has this thing really, you on the edge of your seat, like, yo, this could be the time. This could be the day. And today was probably the most risk that the prosecution has been in this entire time for a mistrial. Today was probably the most risk that they've been under for a mistrial. And you can see that they suffered a pretty significant penalty, very embarrassing. Now you have one of your primary investigators who's literally banned from the trial. How much evidence do they have right now that they're going to have to now scramble to either say, how do we reintroduce, well, not re, but how do we reevaluate to introduce this through another way, or we just can't introduce this evidence at all? Amy, they did a good job finding case law, but the case law didn't save them. The case law did not save them. It was the indictment, and they're wisely citing that this information was going to come out either way. That's what saved them. But they did a good job finding case law within 15 minutes. That was commendable, honestly. I think Weinstein had better case law, and if it had been a battle of the case law, Weinstein would have probably won. But the prosecution came back with something good. I mean, good for their argumentation. You gotta give them credit. Hilton headed off a mistrial today with her lawyering. And frankly, today was one of the rare times, I think, that it wasn't really the prosecution's fault. I know they have to prepare the witness and so on and so forth, but you just can't control what somebody's going to say. Dennis was up there being, he was in that, laid back kind of, I'm chill. I grew up in the hood and I know this stuff. He wasn't on top of his game. He wasn't professional. He was semi-professional, but he wasn't like utmost professional today. And you can see that lackadaisical attitude almost cost the prosecution the case. Pastor says he was cocky and arrogant. I can see why you would say that because of the way he approached some of the questions that he laughed at. People have charisma and everybody's different, but it just seemed like that fed into that faux pas that he made that might have ended the trial, but for a technicality, basically. Shireen, one of our newest members, says, I wasn't even a Thugger fan until this trial. Yeah, so let's go back to our super chat from today. To one of them. By the way, Tammy Phillips sent one. Do you think Love was removed from the case? I said, no, I don't think she was. C. Lizzle said, if found guilty, do you think there's plenty of reasons for an appeal and have it overturned?
To the jury room for a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration is going to be, but sorry about that. And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back. All right, can somebody pull it up? Or And I know y'all have had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is a case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. And if the court will give me 1 second.
Sure. And I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? No. Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And let me, and thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of that, of the body camera, the dash camera. And I'm saying it as though there's 2, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than 2. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than 2 with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video,
Right.
and the surveillance video.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes, and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that, and they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believe they had not yet set forth any objections, and were under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything. But be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the Officer Rogers, who just testified. Now, Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right. I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend. Sure. The dash cam, you can actually see it because you're unable to see everything on the body cam. The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns
and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like.
So the community had surveillance video.
Okay.
So it's from the
All right.
furthest entrance at the complex.
Okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger. And that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities. And this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used.
Mhm.
And that is the final body cam video.
All right, how long, or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm gonna need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or, potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all,
or?
the dash cam, I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio, but yes.
Okay.
But minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay, all right. Let's just watch them. The parts you intend to play. How long are they all for total, approximately?
Approximately around, I would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Star, you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road.
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6160. You want SLS?
Pick it up from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing, bro. You gotta say, what's that? What's that? 36, 37, oh, hey, Bill.
Hey. 1917. And you're right. The reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so that the jury can see.
Okay.
That
All right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes, I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay, overruled. All right, move on to the next video, please.
That's going to be what?
Add a 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos,
Mhm.
they may become cumulative as well. So,
They might, that's why I'm watching them all.
right, and so I
don't
don't
know.
want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly. Ready for the next one?
It's loading, Your Honor. It's on the CD.
Okay, maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know, y'all all got laptops, maybe one person could have the next one
The problem
queued up.
The internet's not working
The internet never works here, okay.
unless they want to get us a direct connection. That would probably make it all faster.
If we can do something like that, and it would speed things up, I'll look into it.
Yes.
Laura, can you look into that? Yeah, no, that's fine, go ahead. Ms. Persfield's gonna go collect the jury notes from the investigator Dennis while we're doing this.
Your Honor, there's a document on an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we already have all of those. So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Ms. Winfrey so she can have it all together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pull up the third one.
Okay, that works. Okay, I'm ready.
Judge, do you have access to let me into this room?
I don't see you in the waiting room. I should, but
Yeah.
there you are. Okay.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! Get 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 on the ground!
We will conclude at, I think that's 1741, so that shows,
Talking to the mic.
sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different. And there's no, okay, any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all four of them and determine the cumulative objections, but,
Same objection.
okay. So I don't know about cumulativeness between that and some other one yet, but it's not cumulative, it's between the body cam and that. All right, let's watch the surveillance video.
Yeah, this is the first video, which is the gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, hang on just a sec. Okay. Go ahead.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars, so what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer Roger goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson?
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you are.
Or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, you are.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can. This was just
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video. All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This is
So there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This surveillance. And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning. And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. I have to start over. Portions of it? I have to start over because, all right. If you look towards the back of the video.
All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with
Your-
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be. And then the apprehension.
Yeah, this will be the longest. This will be the longest of the videos.
All right, meeting to the units. There are 3 patrol cars going down the left driveway to the northwest side. So we have 20 units on that side and SWAT. We got just let me know.
Inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. She cover that window, okay? I'm gonna stay right here, all right? Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her.
Y'all come on.
Is anybody else in here?
I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, ready? Move.
Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all.
Come on, come on.
Come on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Hey, come on. Grab him, grab him. Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me, man. I'm wide open. Straight to the back. Right-hand side.
And we need to know what door. We're on the back.
I tell him 6
They said he went out.
Tell him 6 7.
Right-hand side. In the back on the right-hand side.
Christian.
What's his name?
Christian Eppinger.
McKesson.
I got no bit. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro.
Yeah, go to the apartment number D.
Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Yeah, switch places. Switch that one.
What's up?
Switch up here.
Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Looking at the building from the front. All right apartment. Is that correct?
Up here. I want you up here on point.
You
ready?
Christian Eppinger.
Copy that. We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him.
If you hear me,
I want you up here on point.
show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir. Christian, I know you hear my voice. Come on out with your hands in the air.
You can't hear me. You're talking real low.
2491.
What's his last name? Christian Effinger! It's the Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside. Come out with your hands out. We have the place surrounded. Do not make this hard. Christian! Come out! All right, let me see your hands. Crawl! Crawl! No, sir, crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up! Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards.
6 7, 6 7.
Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards.
On your belly.
Take the rope.
Get
Christian,
on your belly.
get on your belly.
You got one more time. You're going to take the cross.
Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out.
Step out.
Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here.
Let me call my mama.
Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's taking stairs?
I'll take hands.
You got stairs. Go.
Call my mama. I got to get right here. Ain't nobody in there.
And why is that relevant?
Because you're on here. Previously, there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are
harass individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day where Mr. Eppinger is alleged to have shot a cop, these officers were tried to get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community. So that was
Can you be a little more specific about what kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of cross-examination.
Okay, well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No, it
so-
started in November, Your Honor. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, good.
Yes, Your
Sorry,
Honor.
my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this Black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessie may have been questioned in that manner because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
Your Honor, if I may, that is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor is talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under 403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's.
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these. What is it, 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30?
Yeah.
Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And are you showing them with this witness or another witness?
Not showing them.
Okay. All right. You got all the notes. Okay. Thank you. All right, those two exhibits are admitted over objection, and you can proceed.
St. John, and then I see what I published.
Yes, you may.
And we're going to publish State Exhibit 1, 2 SS. And we're going to begin at 1804.
He's on the way.
6170, 6160, you up on SOS? On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing. You see what I'm saying? He's not fine. What's that? What's that? What is this 37 on Hayville? This is what I'm saying.
And we're going to stop the plan in 1908. And next, Your Honor, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1 SS.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. Get 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 on the ground.
Sorry, we'll stop the plan at 1742 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen. these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, I saw
right.
that.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes, sir.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
no,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground. Did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said. Right.
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears.
Okay.
At the video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys' questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State House Sergeant William Johnson.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell the first last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or are or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
Okay. And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
It's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Right. And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022?
I did.
All right. And let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I end up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
Right. And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Right. Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Overruled.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio, so I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
Okay. What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what if anything occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in an undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was gonna just give up.
Objection, speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What if anything happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
Speculation. And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Investigator and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
All right, this time the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
So, speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is, in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute. At some point, did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. I have no further questions.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
It's Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No. And that's not normally the case where one officer would have been effecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
we should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right. Is there any redirect? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Confrontation clause violation.
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Dante B?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not, did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within a gang unit, did you find that sometimes?
I'm going to object to the question. He's not been qualified, and there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question is going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
As a member.
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
As an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
I think, did you know of Dante B?
Yes.
And do you know Dante B through your work in the gang?
That's to relevance, Your Honor.
You're right, I can approach.
All right.
Another approach. Yo, today is gonna wind up being one of the most useless. I mean, between the approximately 12 to 15 approaches, the testimony that literally got stricken from the record and thrown out that now has absolutely no place in the trial. The numerous conversations without the jury. I mean, it feels like a lot has happened. It feels like a lot has happened, but really not a lot has happened officially today for the jury to consider. Oh, they got Paige's face. Y'all see Paige's face down here? Oh, they're being sneaky. They had her face down there. She doesn't want people to see her face on the approach. Yeah, it's a trial within a trial, Pastor. It's been a trial within a trial. And when you really get down to it, so far there's been about probably an hour of actual stuff, if that. Like jury considerable material has probably been about an hour or less today. They've approached I think somebody put 14 times, Antoinette. I don't know the exact number, but it's got to be 12, 13, 14 or more. They've had some short approaches. They've had some long approaches. But when they approach, the jury stays in there, right? So at least the jury doesn't have to get up and leave every time. Let's get some comments. Oh, by the way, y'all, I don't know about y'all, man. That shooting was brutal. That was tense. That was dramatic. I don't know about y'all. I mean, the way that police officer was doing his job, I don't know what the protocol is, but that doesn't seem like the best way to approach somebody who's wanted for armed robbery. Just hopping out, running up on him and grabbing him by the arm. But what happened to that cop was terrible, y'all. Looks like he survived. I don't know, what long-term effects he has, but that was brutal. And then to see the way that Eppinger, to see how he was after the fact when the police went to apprehend him. Andre, talk about the cop being, so you talking about the cop who's testifying now? Yeah, so did they even hit Eppinger? He said he got into a shootout with him. I thought Eppinger had killed somebody. Or let me see. What happened exactly with Eppinger? So, Papa Bear, this won't count as case law because case law only comes from appeal or Supreme Court. But there's a lot that will
Do you
go.
know Dante BB?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Dante BB?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
All right. And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Again, he has not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training. Probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just being?
Objection to the leading question.
I'm going to allow that.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say through violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Any recross?
Adam's got to recross him to knock him down off that pedestal.
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Dante B.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Dante B in that video?
In the surveillance video, he wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
No.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say, "This is for YSL." That's not how this works.
Right, right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection,
trying.
argumentative.
Sustained.
Whoa, you can't say that, Adams. Adams overstepped the boundaries.
Bottom
there.
line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You are
Adams got a
excused.
little test.
Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
All right, y'all. Let's watch Adams get feisty again real quick. Dang, YouTube doesn't let you.
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
You're not in his mind, are
What you do know is that you see him in this
my
parking
God.
lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you
YouTube
see
doesn't
him
let me put it
in
on the
this
second
parking
one,
lot.
on the
He's by
moment
himself,
I run.
right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the
No,
apartment.
Adams was he was confrontational right there, y'all. That's a good clip. That whole clip, like, well, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about this. Well, what's ridiculous is what you said, isn't it? Well, Adams was getting on him.
So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you been, I guess, a supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, of last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 22 years. This year, it'd be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit, also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator, as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those wanted fugitives.
And back in October of 2021. Can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the city of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the criminal investigation division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were, I guess, going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a wide perimeter in an area. We try to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there, there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we'll just put him in handcuffs, everything be good. But it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger is placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B, and it's previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up. And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Your Honor, got any further questions?
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. And I think that takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right, so we're doing.
Y'all, I feel like today has been like 2 days in one or 3. Like I'm exhausted.
All right. Is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just going to remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls.
Jail
And
calls for cell phone.
right, and of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet? That's it?
That's what I thought.
That's it, is the investigator, Viverito, jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
And then the stumbling.
You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
My understanding, there was two things for Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was two different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that will be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see investigator Viverito, and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
We did do the one.
Yes.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
I feel sorry for my man though. My man who got shot, y'all. He got shot, and then he got turned. He gonna get turned into a meme now, man. It's sad. I'm gonna show y'all real quick.
Amongst my colleagues.
My man,
that's why I'm not answering.
A meme, man.
All right, well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the date. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hilton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those. I believe 2 of them were, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor.
Yeah,
the other one.
Definitely litigated that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor. We told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not the body cam.
That's
the drone
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let the
And
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday. I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right, could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last two portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay, well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but she has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand. And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. All right. Okay. And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list?
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully. He said
Wednesday.
definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right. And one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're going to need to leave here by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but that's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning. Thanks.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all for being here with me today. This was a fun 3 days in one, basically. 2 days in one. We feel like we've been here for 2 days, but it's only been one. Real quick note. It looks like court's going to end at 4 or before 4 tomorrow, which is interesting. But even more interesting is Judge Whitaker's supposed to be hearing the Antonio Sledge probation revocation tomorrow at 4, I believe, and she didn't mention that at all.
Hey there, Young Thug trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars.
We'll let them get their last ad in, and then I'm going to wrap it up.
After her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
All right, y'all, let's make a post real quick. I'm going to make a post on X at Thugger Daily. Isn't the Tonk probation revocation hearing tomorrow at 4 p.m.? No, if it will be broadcast. Everybody, get with me on X. X.com. Let me put this in the chat real quick. Everybody, if you want X, follow us on X, Institute DC. I thank everybody for being live with us today. It's been fun. We're developing a nice little community here. Appreciate your support. Yeah, it's time. Y'all get some rest. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks a lot. See y'all then. Oh, before we go, let me thank my mods. Andre, thank you. Miss Lily, I haven't seen you in a while, but thank you too. Make sure we give y'all a shout out. All right, now we're out. See y'all.